enjoy basically everything about SOC. It's a really good school.
As a school, it's great because the academics, everything, the teachers help you balance everything. They make sure you're never lacking behind.
I remember I did not like math, but I don't like math to this day, but I did great at math while I was in SOC because of the professor and like how he actually took the time to help me to understand.
I've really noticed a lot of improvement with our students in these presentation and media units where they develop their communication skills and become more adept at really being able to give a powerful and convincing argument and presentation to an audience.
Those small class sizes that allow students to really succeed. And I think that's one of the benefits of being a teacher is that I really can be very proud of students when they are very successful. I love it when students come back and share their success stories, and it's one of the best parts of my job.
My favorite part about SOC was the small classrooms. It made it very easy to learn. I was very close to the professors because of that.
My favorite part about SOC has to be the very positive learning environment and supportive environment. Especially for me, being a Nigerian, traveling all the way across the world to Canada, I feel like SOC really provided maybe the support I needed to succeed.
September we met, I could tell by your smile. You hadn't been with a good girl like me in a while. Yeah, you were impressed, couldn't leave me alone. Text me every time that you pick up the phone. And I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon. And I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned. need you here by my side. You make me sweat in the coldest of nights, yeah. I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon, and I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, feels all turned upside down. I guess I'm the needy one now. Feels all turned upside down. I guess I'm the needy one, needy. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon, and I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned.
I enjoy basically everything about SOC. It's a really good school.
As a school, it's great because the academics, everything, the teachers help you balance everything. They make sure you're never lacking behind.
I remember I did not like math, but I don't like math to this day, but I did great at math while I was in SOC because of the professor and like how he actually took the time to help me to understand.
I've really noticed a lot of improvement with our students in these presentation and media units where they develop their communication skills and become more adept at really being able to give a powerful and convincing argument and presentation to an audience.
Those small class sizes that allow students to really succeed. And I think that's one of the benefits of being a teacher is that I really can be very proud of students when they are very successful. I love it when students come back and share their success stories, and this is one of the best parts of my job.
My favorite part about SOC was the small classrooms. It made it very easy to learn. I was very close to the professors because of that.
My favorite part about SOC has to be the very positive learning environment and supportive environment. Especially for me, being a Nigerian, traveling all the way across the world to Canada, I feel like SOC really provided me with the support I needed to succeed.
September we met, I could tell by your smile. You hadn't been with a good girl like me in a while. Yeah, you were impressed, couldn't leave me alone. Text me every time that you pick up the phone. And I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon. And I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned. I used to be chill, now I can't catch my breath. When you say my name, I feel tight in my chest. Can't handle the space, I need you here by my side. You make me sweat in the coldest of nights, yeah. I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon. And I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, feelings all turned upside down. I guess I'm the needy one now. Feelings all turned upside down. I guess I'm the needy one, needy. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon. And I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned. September we met, I could tell by your smile. You hadn't been with a good girl like me in a while. Yeah, you were impressed, couldn't leave me alone. Text me every time that you pick up the phone. And I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon. And I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned. I used to be chill, now I can't catch my breath. When you say my name, I feel tight in my chest. Can't handle the space, I need you here by my side. You make me sweat in the coldest of nights, yeah. I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon. And I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, feelings all turned upside down. I guess I'm the needy one now. Feelings all turned upside down. I guess I'm the needy one, needy. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you. September we met, I could tell by your smile. You hadn't been with a good girl like me in a while. Yeah, you were impressed, couldn't leave me alone. Text me every time that you pick up the phone. And I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned, now I'm my own night. I'm picturing you acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon, and I'm my own night, howling at you. Tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned. I used to be chill, now I give you breath. When you say my name, I feel tight in my chest. Can't handle space, I need you here by my side. You make me sweat in the coziest of nights. Yeah, I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned, now I'm on you, acting like a fool. On the other side, you're like a full moon, howling at you. Tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned.
Check. Check mic 1 2. Hello, mic check 1 2. Hello, mic check 1 2. Hello, check.
September we met, I could tell by your smile. You hadn't been with a good girl like me in a while. Yeah, you were impressed, couldn't leave me alone. Text me every time that you pick up the phone. And I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon, and I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned. I used to be chill, now I can't catch my breath. When you say my name, I feel tight in my chest. Can't handle the space, I need you here by my side. You make me sweat in the coldest of nights, yeah. I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon, and I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, feelings all turned upside down. I guess I'm the needy one now. Feelings all turned upside down. I guess I'm the needy one, needy. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon, and I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned, 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 tables have turned.
I enjoy basically everything about SOC. It's a really good school. Like,
As a school, it's great because the academics, everything, the teachers help you balance everything. They make sure you're never lacking behind.
I remember I did not like math, but I don't like math too.
September we met, I could tell by your smile. You hadn't been with a good girl like me in a while. Yeah, you were impressed, couldn't leave me alone. Text me every time that you pick up the phone. And I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like can't catch my breath. When you say my name, I feel tight in my chest. Can't handle the space, I need you here by my side. You make me sweat in the coldest of nights, yeah. I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon, and I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, tables have turned, feelings all turned upside down. I guess I'm the needy one now. Feelings all turned upside down. I guess I'm the needy one, needy. Now the tables have turned, now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you, acting like a fool. I'm on the other side, you're like a full moon, and I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned, 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 tables have turned. remember we met? I could tell by your smile. You hadn't been with a good girl like me in a while. Yeah, you were impressed. Couldn't leave me alone. Text me every time that you pick up the phone. And I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned. Now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you acting like a fool. I'm on the other side. You're like a full moon, and I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned. Tables have turned. Tables have turned. Tables have turned. I used to be chill. Now I can't catch my breath. When you say my name, I feel tight in my chest. Can't handle the space. I need you here by my side. You make me sweat in the coldest of nights, yeah. I had control in the driver's seat, but my hands are slipping off the wheel. Now the tables have turned. Now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you acting like a fool. I'm on the other side. You're like a full moon, and I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned. Tables have turned. Tables have turned. Tables have turned. Feelings all turned upside down. I guess I'm the needy one now. Feelings all turned upside down. I guess I'm the needy one, needy. Now the tables have turned. Now I'm up all night. I'm picturing you acting like a fool. I'm on the other side. You're like a full moon, and I'm up all night, howling at you. Tables have turned. 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 Tables have turned.
I enjoy basically everything about SOC. It's a really good school.
As a school, it's great because the academics, everything, the teachers help you balance everything. They make sure you're never lacking behind.
I remember I did not like math, but I don't like math to this day. But I did great at math while I was in SOC because of the professor and like how he actually took the time to help me to understand.
I've really noticed a lot of improvement with our students in these presentation and media units where they develop their communication skills and become more adept at really being able to give a powerful and convincing argument and presentation to an audience.
So small class sizes that allow students to really succeed. And I think that's one of the benefits of being a teacher is that I really can be very proud of students when they are very successful. I love it when students come back and share their success stories, and this is one of the best parts of my job.
My favorite part about SOC was the small classrooms.
Check, check, check. Mic check.
We have plants and then we put the plants now. Let me see. Let's open this. You've got your internet for.
Yes.
The academics, everything, the teachers help you balance everything. They make sure you're never lacking behind.
I remember I did not like math, but I don't like math to this day. But I did great at math while I was in SOC because of the professor, like how he actually took the time to help me to understand.
I've really noticed a lot of improvement with our students in these presentation and media units where they develop their communication skills and become more adept at really being able to give a powerful and convincing argument and presentation to an audience.
Those small class sizes that allow students to really succeed. And I think that's one of the benefits of being a teacher is that I really can be very proud of students when they are very successful. I love it when students come back and share their success stories, and this is one of the best parts of my job.
My favorite part about SOC was the small classrooms. Made it very easy to learn. I was very close to the professor because of that.
My favorite part about SOC has to be the very positive learning environment and supportive environment, especially for me, being a Nigerian, traveling all the way across the world to Canada. I feel like SOC really provided maybe the support I needed to succeed.
No, I've not made connection. I think you talked to Abdul.
No wonder my mind is not working well. Don't know of that thing. 18 hours. What to do?
I enjoy basically everything about SOC. It's a really good school.
As a school, it's great because the academics, everything, the teachers help you balance everything. They make sure you're never lacking behind.
I remember I did not like math, but I don't like math to this day. But I did great at math while I was in SOC because of the professor and like how he actually took the time to help me to understand.
I've really noticed a lot of improvement with our students in these presentation and media units where they develop their communication skills and become more adept at really being able to give a powerful and convincing argument and presentation to an audience.
Those small class sizes that allow students to really succeed. And I think that's one of the benefits of being a teacher is that I really can be very proud of students when they are very successful. I love it when students come back and share their success stories, and it's one of the best parts of my job.
My favorite part about SOC was the small classrooms. It made it very easy to learn. I was very close to the professors because of that.
My favorite part about SOC has to be the very positive learning environment and supportive environment, especially for me, being a Nigerian, traveling all the way across the world to Canada. I feel like SOC really provided me with the support I needed to succeed.
Hold on one second. Hi, Sonia. This is Allison. We're just, I'm just going to make sure that everything is good. We're just doing a few last minute checkups. So I'm going to put you on my mic on mute for a second, okay?
Sure, sounds good. Thank you, Allison.
Thank you. Hi, Sonia. This is Allison. We're just, I'm just going to make sure that everything is good. We're just doing a few last minute checkups. So I'm going to put you on my mic on mute for a second, okay?
Sure, sounds good. Thank you, Allison.
Thank you. Hi, Sonia. This is Allison. I'm just going to make sure that everything is good. We're just doing a few last minute checkups. So I'm going to put you on my mic on mute for a second, okay?
Sure, sounds good. Thank you, Alice.
Thank you.
Okay, just drop it here. If you drop it, it doesn't work. But they will not hear me. Are they not hearing me? Hello, hello? Hello, is it working? Okay. Please, may I apologize for a bit of a croaky voice that I have. Something's happening in my throat. I always like to start everything I say with a quote. And today I'll start with a quote from Alvin Toffler, who says, "The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn." I guess what he was trying to say is that, the current state of world affairs means that what we've learned, we have to unlearn them and relearn, which is what we're experiencing today. In the past, everybody would have been in person, but because of COVID and all that, we are doing all this with technology. So let me start by saying that it is my great privilege and pleasure that I welcome you all to this, our first ever Canadian Education Forum by Southern Ontario Collegiate. As we all know, the past 2 years have been very challenging to everyone around the world. And even though the world is beginning to open up in stages, the effect of the pandemic is still very much with us. And it has changed the way things are done. So traveling has become more difficult. You have to do COVID tests. Those who have sent children to Canada know the difficulties that, we're experiencing. If you've not been vaccinated, you have to quarantine for 14 days. And, it's just so stressful, but we're getting along. And thank you so much all for being here and being so patient. Some people have been here since 10 o'clock. There was some miscommunication about time that we're going to start. But because of people joining us from Canada, we had to adjust the time so that, you know how it is if you have to wake somebody up at 2 a.m. to tell them to deliver something. That's probably not going to go well. Anyway, so thank you for coming and thank you for being patient. And we would also like to extend our gratitude to the Trade Commissioner at the Canadian High Commission, Ms. Sonia Hukil, I hope I pronounced it well, for joining us and accepting to deliver the opening remarks. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Mariam Yusuf. I'm the Director of Administration and Student Services at Southern Ontario Collegiate. I've been at Southern Ontario Collegiate since 2013. I started there as a parent. 2 of my kids went there, and many cousins and nieces and nephews. And it will, so the qualities that attracted us to Southern Ontario Collegiate are still very, very there. The attention and focus a presentation, as well as our school's guidance counselor, Miss Molly Minau. I hope I pronounced that too. They will provide an academic overview of requirements, expectations, and experiences that come with being an SOC student. We have several other presentations covering different topics, ranging from study permits from the experts and visa applications, review and submissions, and let's say you've done everything possible and you still get a refusal, what do you do next? So we have a legal perspective. We have a lawyer, Barrister Ugo, who would tell us what to do. Let's say you've done everything you can possibly do and you still get a refusal, what next? So now, finally, I would like to introduce a few people. Abdul Hakim is on our marketing team, and he has come from Canada all the way to support me. We have a lot of, all my friends are here, I can't mention anyone so that nobody feels left out. I have so many friends who have become like family to me. And I thank you all for being here for us and for Southern Ontario Collegiate. So next is I would like to hand the mic, not really mic, but I'd like the next person that I'd like to invite Ms. Sonia Hukil to deliver the opening remarks. Ms. Sonia is the Trade Commissioner at the Canadian High Commission, and warmly welcome into our midst. Thank you. Please, if you have any questions for either Ms. Allison or Ms. Molly, please you can write them down and wait until after their presentations before we can either send them by text or any other way. You can just send them to me or I don't know if there's a chat in the... All this is still new to me, all these technological things. So if you have any questions, please just wait until they finish their delivery and they'll be very happy to answer your questions. And then we are still here tomorrow. Tomorrow we have more time with you as a one-on-one process. So feel free to come in tomorrow from 10 a.m. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much. Administration and Student Services at Southern Academic College. I've been at Southern Academic College since 2014. I started there as a parent. Two of my children went there. And there are many cousins and nephews and nephews. And people, you know, and
she's kind of muted.
So the qualities that attracted us to Southern Ontario Collegiate are still very, very
this is the beauty of technology. They're all muted. It's muted. She knows she's muted. Yay!
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
That's good. I'm gonna move next door. I hope you can hear me. I'm sorry for any technical difficulties. I'm going to start my presentation, and please, someone let me know if you can't hear me, okay? Good morning, I'm Alison Curry. I'm the principal of Southern Ontario Collegiate. We're all very pleased to join you today. As Ms. Merriam said, in easier times, either Molly or I would have been able to join her in Abuja, and we so look forward to that time again. Nigerians and Canadians are joined by their belief in the importance of education. We know that finding the right education plan represents a turning point for young people. And we also both appreciate that education is about strong academic products, but more than that, it's also about the cultivation of qualities of independence, responsibility, and integrity. Southern Ontario Collegiate's motto, a balance of wisdom and knowledge, reflects the integration of character into all aspects of school life. Nigerians and Canadians also recognize the continuing reality of a global economy. No country and no industry stands on its own. Canada's universities are leading the way in developing programs that meet the needs of today's global industries, as well as creating avenues for young entrepreneurs and researchers. I hope you can see the slide about the University of Ottawa, because I'm very pleased to announce that the University of Ottawa, which is located in our capital city, has established a new scholarship effective September 2022 for African students studying in Canada. The scholarships are based on final secondary school marks and range from $70,000 to $100,000 over 4 years. These scholarships are currently available for a limited number of programs within science, social sciences, and engineering faculties, but expansion is planned by the university. There are scholarships available at every university, but this one in particular emphasizes the connections and future prospects between our countries. Our most recent graduates over the past few years are entering a wide range of programs. Some of these disciplines are really very new, and others are more familiar. Even then, the jobs that follow these programs are changing. And I just point out on the screen here, growing programs in biotechnology, biochemical engineering, biopharmaceutical science, management information systems, and analytics. New university programs for new jobs. Okay. My understanding is that the slides aren't showing. I'm going to keep talking while the technical program continues to work on this, and hopefully I'll get the slides to you shortly. Many of our graduates are attending universities in Ontario, Canada's most populous province, home to Toronto and Ottawa. More and more, others are looking to the west, like the University of Alberta and the University of British Columbia. Could you just check that's now working? Sorry, and the University of British Columbia. Both of these are well known for their engineering and science programs. Increasingly, students are also looking east, for example, to the University of New Brunswick, which is actually the oldest university in Canada. It's located on the East Coast, and it has great technology as well as science programs that focus on the environment, especially industries around oceans and forestry. Again, a common link between Canada and Nigeria. UNB offers excellent scholarships and certainly has lower living costs than cities like Toronto. Molly Mignot, our guidance counselor, who will be speaking with you later, provides ongoing support and advice, not just around academic work at SOC, but also around university choices, applications, and acceptances. We try to open doors not only to tried and true professions and vocations, but to identify new and growing fields. Southern Ontario Collegiate has built a faculty team of great, experienced, caring teachers who are specialists in their fields. We offer small classes, and we ensure that each student receives individual guidance and support. Equally important, SOC ensures that students are prepared for success at university on a personal as well as an academic level. We have a Skills for Life program that is a central part. Led by an experienced instructor, we build on the existing skills and experiences of SOC students to prepare them for every aspect of university life. This includes communication skills and use of academic language, research skills and academic honesty, development of student CVs, especially for programs with co-op and work placement opportunities, professionalism, meeting deadlines, and successful life in residence, and also personal safety, understanding campus life and safety all round. We work with students to provide them with skills that are vital for delivery of assignments and essays that meet university level requirements. For example, while virtually all young people today are adept at using their phones for social media, very few of them have actually developed the kind of technical and presentation skills needed for delivery of assignment at the university level. So these important skills enrich students' skill sets beyond university and college and into the workplace. In addition, we feel it's really important to ensure students' personal safety in a new city, in a new country. We work with the city's community police team to ensure that students understand the elements important to personal safety in the city when they're traveling and on campus. For all of us, avoiding potential fraud in daily life on the internet and via online communication is part of the Skills for Life that ensures we're all ready for all aspects of 21st century life. We work with local and national businesses, banks, and chambers of commerce to give students best practice
and best advice in their daily lives. And underlining this program is the emphasis on character. Individuals are the sum of their actions as well as their beliefs. We work hard to provide our students with resources for their health and well-being. We have a gym membership that ensures they always have access to exercise facilities, and we also make sure that they have all the information and help they need to deal with the stress that so many of us seem to find in our daily lives. They know how to set priorities and how to find advice. Reflecting our emphasis on character and integrity, students also develop leadership and self-management skills. Every year, we have a leadership camp where students have to push themselves a little bit farther than they normally would. And if you can see this photo, you can see that the team members are getting ready to do some climbing amidst the high wires in the forest. It's an important factor of this camp in building cooperation, kindness, leadership, and thoughtful action. The Ministry of Education requires that work with community organizations as a volunteer is a mandatory part of the achievement of the Ontario Secondary School Diploma. So we've established partnerships with a number of community organizations. Their involvement with our students not only means that they have volunteer credits, but it makes them part of the larger community. And it also gives students an understanding of the way communities function and thrive. It provides a valuable experience as students apply for university scholarships and co-op work placements. And of course, co-op and job placements are some of the best opportunities for students to make connections in their field and meet future employers. Many students receive job offers upon graduation from those companies with whom they've had placement. There is one other important opportunity I'd like to discuss with you, and that is remote learning. Remote learning really emerged as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, with borders shut down, few travel opportunities, and governments issuing virtually no study permits. A way was established to enable students to begin their secondary school studies in Canada while waiting for their visas to be processed. In order to take part in remote learning, the following criteria must be met. The student must have been accepted for studies at Southern Ontario Collegiate, and the student must have applied for a study permit to study here at SOC. Now, remote learning is not the same as online learning. Remote learning operates within the same time frame at the school timetable. So accordingly, students must participate in classes Monday to Friday as they take place in the school. That is, the lessons are synchronous. Students connect with Microsoft Teams so that they can see and hear the lectures as they happen, and they utilize Canvas, a learning platform that gives them access to textbooks, notes, assignments, assessments, and updates from teachers. To make this happen, students must have the laptop with camera, speakers, and microphone so that they can participate in classes. Students must meet the Ministry of Education's requirement of participating in the 110 hours of class time for each course. And of course, homework, tests, and exams are covered by software that prohibits students sharing work. Remote learning doesn't entirely replace being a full-time on-site student at SOC, but it does enable students to begin their studies while waiting for their study permits to be processed. It does require a strong commitment from the student, and we also have to note that there's a time difference coming into play, as students must attend classes as they are happening in Ontario time here. Molly. The slide went back down again. All right. Sorry, I'm just touching base with our tech team. I understand the slides are down. but we'll just keep on going. Molly will be speaking about online learning, which offers much more flexibility in terms of time, but has less direct teacher instruction for remote learning. Development and delivery of online learning, which Molly will speak about, offers real growth opportunities for those of us bridging education across our countries, as it can be offered on an individual student basis, in tutorial and study groups, and in fact, 2 school classes. If you want to learn more about remote learning and online learning, you can always reach us at our emails, which will be posted later. So, as I finish, and I'm hoping you're seeing, just want to give a quick summary of our approach to education. What makes Southern Ontario Collegiate the most effective secondary school? Reasonable fees, safe home-style residences, specialist faculty in small classes, focused academic guidance, skills for life, that is academic excellence balanced with integrity, structured preparation for post-secondary education, and opportunities for remote and online learning. And I want to make sure we have time later in the event to talk about those opportunities in more detail. And now I'm going to hand over to our next speaker.
Sonia I'll just start my presentation now. I think we're having some technical difficulties with the videos. So I'm going to start sharing my screen so you can all see the slides, and hopefully you can all hear me. I'm not sure. I hope. hello again. My name is Molly, I'm guidance counselor here at Southern Ontario Collegiate. I first and foremost would like to thank everyone for joining us today. It is my pleasure to be speaking with you all. Despite the technical difficulties, we've had some wonderful speakers so far. Today, as Ms. Allison mentioned, I'm going to be speaking broadly about education in Canada, the Ontario Secondary School Diploma, university applications, and online learning. To begin, I'm going to start with education in Canada. So education in Canada is one of the highest priorities for the Canadian government. In Canada, each province and territory is responsible for the education of its citizens. This means that there are differences in curriculum between the provinces. However, these provinces are minute due to the high standard that the Canadian government holds the provincial governments to. Both private and public schools in Canada and Ontario are held to the same stringent educational standards. All international students who attend Southern Ontario Collegiate are held to and receive the same quality of education that any domestic student would. While the Ontario education system is rigorous, one of the great benefits is that it is developed to support the unique individuality of each student and provide options for students to choose their own pathways and pick their own courses. Ontario places great emphasis on the importance of literacy and math. Ontario's English curriculum is one of the top literacy programs globally. In Ontario, 85% of students will graduate through this school system. At Southern Ontario Collegiate, this number rises to 98%. This means that 98% of our students not only graduate but also attend post-secondary institutions. On graduation, all high school students will receive an Ontario Secondary School Diploma. OSSD, which we call it here, is an acronym standing for, you guessed it, the Ontario Secondary School Diploma. It is the diploma granted to all high school graduates in the province of Ontario. Students who successfully complete their OSSD have fulfilled the requirements as set by the Ministry of Education in Ontario. The OSSD is recognized and accepted by all other provinces and territories in the country. This gives students access to some of the best schools, both not only in Ontario, but in Canada and globally. This includes the University of Toronto, McGill University, and the University of British Columbia. Additionally, Ontario as a province has the highest proportion of reputable post-secondary institutions. When you complete an OSSD, you will have access to a wide range of post-secondary programs and the various scholarships that these institutions offer. The OSSD is globally recognized for the quality of education and its rigorous standards. Ontario's secondary school education consistently ranks among the highest academic standards in the world. According to the Program for International Student Assessment, Ontario's education standards are among the top 5 globally. According to the OECD World Education Assessment, Canadian students rank among the top performing students in literacy, math, and science. Additionally, Canadian students are among the least affected by socioeconomic differences. This means that students of all cultures and backgrounds have access to the same quality of education. Southern Ontario Collegiate works tirelessly to prepare students for life after SOC. This includes building up skills for life and academic preparation. University preparation is not simply assisting students with the application process. While that is obviously an important part, it also includes working with students daily and helping them adjust to the rigors of the Ontario curriculum. SOC works to acclimate students to the new challenges they face when adapting to a new curriculum. Our extraordinary teaching staff dedicates their time to working with students, developing their skills, and providing them with the educational foundation to succeed in Western and post-secondary institutions. Most SOC students are working their way towards attending a prestigious university within Ontario, Canada, and abroad. The guidance department guides students on this journey. I meet with students individually to research programs, universities, and I help them define realistic goals. Students at SOC are fully supported during this process, and as mentioned, 98% of our students will attend university or college. The application process in Ontario is extremely user-friendly and straightforward. in all Ontario universities, allowing for a streamlined and accessible application process. Students who attend the SOC can apply to university using the Undergraduate 101 application. This is the same application that domestic students in Ontario use. The benefit of this is that it allows these students to compete with Ontario students as opposed to every international student globally. Guidance department, which is led by me, has developed a program that builds on the existing skills and experiences of students here at SOC, helping them prepare for university life and beyond. The educational services provided by the guidance department include writing workshops, which introduces students to academic writing and language, research and presentation skills development, and communication building seminars. Guidance also provides students and parents with monthly newsletters to keep everyone up to date on current events. At SOC, each student receives individualized academic and career planning. This includes guidance meetings with students one-on-one to discuss student pathways. Developing these student plans includes individualized course selection processes, post-secondary program research, and discussion on students' individual interests. The guidance department works to create short and long-term planning goals with these students. We also understand that international students face a unique set of challenges. We assist students in finding help, both mental and medical services they may require. In times of hardship, we work collaboratively with students and teachers to develop personalized solutions to help students succeed. Working closely with students allows us to immediately meet the needs of them and assist in whichever way they may require. Ultimately, the role of guidance is to promote student learning and success through educational, personal, and social development. The guidance counselor works as an advocate for students with teachers and universities. I work as a liaison between students and the institution. I strive to help students gain early admission, ensure all supplementary application information is completed correctly, and provide any other required documentation. Lastly, I will discuss the Southern Ontario Collegiate's online academy. As mentioned by Ms. Allison, Southern Ontario Collegiate offers an online academy. The online academy at Southern Ontario Collegiate is an online learning platform geared towards helping distant learners earn credits towards their OSS. The online academy caters towards students who want to study independent to the classroom and at their own pace and time. Students can earn credits that are supervised by accredited Canadian instructors. For those whose first language is not English, we also offer ESL online. SOC's online academy is easily accessible and extremely secure. Students can access courses from anywhere globally, so long they have an internet connection. Unlike remote learning, students are not restricted to the confines of synchronous learning. They can do the work when they can. The courses are generally self-guided and can be completed as quickly as the student desires. Students will have meetings with their supervisors, and all of the instructors are experienced in supporting successful learning with students from a wide range of educational and cultural backgrounds. While the online academy offers courses for students ranging from grades 9 to 12, we specialize in supporting students who are preparing for post-secondary education. We offer key grade 12 courses, such as calculus, physics, and advanced functions. SOC Online Academy is authorized by the ministry to provide courses offering credits towards the student's Ontario Secondary School Diploma. Due to the accessibility of the Online Academy, we encourage groups of students and learners to enroll in these courses together, as this could create a sense of camaraderie when students can support each other while collectively learning at a distance. I would like to thank everyone for their time, and I do understand we've had some technical difficulties, but thank you for hanging tight. And please hold any and all questions that you may have for myself or Ms. Allison until the end. Next, I will be passing the floor to one of our immigration specialists. Thank you.
Otherwise, just go right.
I enjoy basically everything about SOC. It's a really good school.
As a school, it's great because the academics, everything, the teachers help you balance everything. They make sure you're never lacking behind.
I remember I did not like math, but I
statement of account. So what they want from me is my bank statement. Because my bank statement gives the officer access to your bank account to see what your account looks like. And that also prevents fraud submitting fraudulent documents. So use of my bank statement is one of the things they now encourage applicants from Nigeria to submit. So rather than using traditional statement. Not that you can't use your traditional statement, you can still use your printed out statement to scan it to them, it's still acceptable. But they give preference to my bank statement because they can do independent findings on their own without having to call upon to submit any additional documents or call upon the bank for verification. So, why having enough funds? Number one, you need to be able to show that you can pay the tuition of your children. That's number one. Then, you need to also show that you can pay for the living expense of your children. It's mandatory. So, that is number two. Then number three, you need to be able to show to the officer that you can actually pay the cost of transportation of your children to and fro when they are in Canada and when they are coming from Nigeria to Canada or from Canada back to Nigeria. So those three requirements must be fulfilled. So in order to have a high success rate when you are putting this application, your financials must be verifiable. You need to show your source of income. Not just submitting bank statements. You need to be able to show to the officer that this is where my money is coming from. Like for example, your employment record, your business record, your pay slip, letter from your organization introducing you that you work in this capacity. And if you're a business owner, show your record of CAC. So that's how to prove your source of income. If you do not prove your source of income, the officer is going to be at a loss as per where is this money coming from. So you must prove your income source to the officer. So it's very important, income source must be proved. So also, when you are putting this application together, I know most parents go online and say, oh, the government of Canada says we should have this amount of money as per online information. But I'm going to tell our parents here now, don't go by that information you see on the website. You need to do more than that. You need to have more money, more than that. For example, let's put into context. Let's assume you want to send your children to an SOC. And SOC is like saying, oh, this is our tuition fee. Now, you need to factor SOC tuition fee plus the cost of living in Canada for 1 year for your children, for your child or your children. Factor that into the application. And also, you need to also factor in extra funds. So, if you can aggregate all these fundings together, that's tuition fee plus living expense in Canada plus some extra funds in terms of extra emergencies that can come up. Factor all this together. Try as much as possible to have more than that. When I say more than that, I mean more than that. Not just having, for example, let's assume the total cost of living expense and tuition. I'm giving an example now. It's about $40,000. And you are showing to the officer you have $45,000. That fund is not there. That is not reasonable expense. So if it's $40,000, please have way more than that. I'm not going to quote a figure. I'm just going to say have way more than that. So that is the role of a licensed consultant to help you look at your financials and be able to come up with a plan for you. So, and if as a parent you want to do a DIY yourself, I'm going to advise you have enough funds. So that is what funds is all about, and you need to be able to present your funding in a logical way that the officer can say, okay, this makes sense. this fund is enough, I can see that these parents can actually take care of that child being sent to Canada without recourse to public funds. Because some students get to Canada and they're like, oh, I can work. Yes, you can work, but work is limited. You can only work for 20 hours. That work cannot support you to pay your tuition. That work is just like an extra to keep you going. So if you are a parent and you're feeling that, oh, when I send my daughter to Canada or when I send my son to Canada, or my son will have the opportunity to work and be able to cater for him or herself, that is not the case. That work is just for limited numbers of hours, and it should not be factored as a way of that child helping him or herself in Canada. So it's your responsibility as parents to get enough funds to support your children in Canada. So basically, prove your funds with your work experience, your banking documents, your pay slip, introduction letter from your employer, and if you're a business owner, come up with your CAC, proof of invoice or contract you have with the third party to show your source of financials. I can't just emphasize on it more than this. Financials is very, very important. So, role of us as a consultant will help you look at your financials and ensure that everything goes well. Another thing I'm going to say before bringing in my last, one of our colleagues, our legal person, that can talk about the cost to a refuser, is this. When you are putting your financials together, please avoid lump sum deposit in your bank account. So, you can't just bring money and put it into your account and use that account for visa purposes. It is not done that way. So, if an officer is saying lump sum deposit in your account, that will be queried. So, you must be able to justify any lump sum deposit. You must justify it. So, at this point in time, I'm going to bring in my colleague, and that's our lawyer, our legal team that supports us in all our legal cases. So, to come in now and talk about seeking redress if you have a refusal. So, Hugo, I'll pass you on to the audience. Thank you all.
Thank you, Samsudeen. Over to Mr. Udoku.
Thank you very much. Thank you, KSC. So it's very possible. First of all, my name is Ugo Udogu. I'm a lawyer here in Toronto, Ontario. I practice mostly immigration law, and part of my practice involves, looking at cases. I don't apply for visa for anybody, but okay. I'm just gonna take it from where KSS stopped. So basically, you might have done everything right, gotten admission to SOC, you have the funds, everything checks out, and you apply for visa and you're refused, and you're wondering, and you actually get the visa officer's refusal letter, and you're looking at it and you're confused, like, the reason do not make sense. What do you do in situations like that? So basically, that is where I come in, or that is what I'm trying to talk about right now. So what do? Do you send in another application, or is there anything you could do? It is also possible that you submit another application and it is still refused, right? I've seen people with several refusals, 1, 2, 3, and they just keep refusing. Maybe, for example, they see, oh, they are not convinced that the funds you have will be sufficient. They are not convinced the funds you have will be sufficient. And you have something over 100,000 Canadian dollars. And if you look at the funding, if you look at the costing for the education of your child or children in Canada, it might be something showing maybe 40,000 or 30,000. Why would a visa officer say that your funding is not, I'm not convinced about your funding? This is where you can, approach the court and seek redress. That is what is called judicial review. So basically, what judicial review is, it's not an appeal. You're basically asking the court. I don't agree with the officer's reasons. I don't think the officer took time to look at this application because it wouldn't make sense if I have over 100,000 Canadian dollars and the cost of education for my daughter or my son is maybe $30,000, and you see that I'm employed, I make over $5,000, or combined income of like $10,000. And you're saying that I cannot afford to pay. So there must something must have gone wrong in the assessment of the application. So in that kind of situation, you have a recourse to approach the court. It's called judicial review. You can't do this yourself. You need a lawyer, a licensed lawyer. A lawyer licensed to practice in Canada. So that is what is called judicial review. And situations like that, visa offices, I have to say that most times, if you have a very good application, like my colleagues spoke before me, if you have a very good application, you have a very good chance of getting a visa, a study permit to Canada. But sometimes, these errors occur. We are human, right? These errors occur. And you might decide, let me submit an application, and the same reason, you've addressed the reason for the refusal before, the same reason is offered for the refusal again. In such a case, you can go to court and ask for a redress. So usually what the court will do is, you file your arguments. I'm just going to give, I'm going to tell you how I approach those kind of cases. So personally, if I get those kind of cases, the first thing I look at is, I look at all the documents that you submitted, I look at the reason for your refusal, and I give you a short legal opinion, and you can actually look at it. Like, for example, the person that had 100,000 Canadian dollars, and the cost of education is $30,000. And you're saying that the reason for refusal is that, you do not have sufficient funds. That doesn't make sense by any standard, right? It doesn't. And when you take it to court, the courts will review it. Most times, I think 90% of the cases that I've handled, they actually get settled out of court. Because when you file your argument and they look at it, they'll be like, no. They will call the visa office and be like, you made a mistake. Please, let's settle this because this will be embarrassing for us, like if we have to argue this in court. And they send you what is called an offer to settle. What that offer to settle is basically both of you agree that, both of you agree that there was an error in the decision, and they will set aside the refusal of the application and send it back to the visa office. For redetermination, for reconsideration. From my experience, most times applications get sent back to the visa office. If the funding, they are looking at two major things. The funding, if the funding is still intact, the funding is still intact, and you still have the admission, they will issue the visa. If they are not satisfied about the funding, they would not. If they're not satisfied, if you no longer have an admission, I mean, your purpose of coming to Canada is defeated. So those are the things that you have to take into consideration. I won't go so much into the details of what happens in a judicial review. I just want you to know that that option is there because I mean, we're still in this pandemic. I saw a lot of refusals and the reasons do not make sense, right? It's not personal, it's human error, right? The reasons do not make sense. So when you have, hopefully you won't need this advice, but if it does happen, just know that, or it happens to somebody, who, you know that there is a recourse, you can actually approach the court and this can actually be set aside. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hugo. That was wonderful. Thanks.
question was about.
I'm hoping Miriam will answer that just because I don't know.
Okay, so I'll answer it. I think I've already answered it. And OSSD is the degree that you get after you finished your high school. I'm trying to remember what the second question was.
At what point does students get placed in OSSD?
Okay. So the way it works is this: the school is from grade 9 to 12. So at the end of 4 years at the school, if you start at grade 9, what you get is like you go to secondary school in Nigeria, SS3. At the end of SS3, you get your WAEC, right? So OSSD is the equivalent of that. So it's not. So it is the end result. When you finish, that's what you get. When you successfully complete your high school, you get the high school diploma. Is it clear? I think I've already answered it. And OSSD is the degree that you get after you finished your high school. I'm trying to remember what the second question was. Is that my voice? So the way it works is this. The school is from grade 9 to 12. Right. So next question, please.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, I want to ask, is it possible to finish the OSSD within 6 months, or I must complete 1 year to meet the ministry requirements?
Hi, this is Allison. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
We would not recommend 6 months as a rule. You have to finish 6 grade 12 credits, and we recommend 7 in actual fact, and that generally takes 2 semesters. So that's more like 7 to 8, 9 months, depending on when you start. The key is that you want to get strong marks. So rushing it is not always a good idea, because if your marks aren't high, your chances of admission to the program and university you want might be lower. You can certainly do it within a calendar year, but it does take 2 full semesters. Does that help?
Yeah.
Good day all. Please, what is the school fees like per semester?
Outside.
Okay, I should. Okay, so the tuition is 24,000 US dollars, or no, let me state it in Canadian dollars. So it's 30,000 Canadian dollars, or the equivalent in US dollars. Yes.
Please, this amount you've just said, what does it include?
So this includes tuition, accommodation for 10 months, camp fees, everything basically. Yes, feeding and accommodation for bus pass, health insurance, books, just basically everything, accommodation, uniform, everything, and 7 courses. let me just explain that. If sometimes, because every student that comes into Ontario as a student must do a placement test. And that placement test is just a test of skills. So it's not a fail or pass. It's just telling us what your skill level is for mathematics and English, because of the emphasis that universities have placed on those two subjects. So, and that's mandatory. It's not from the school. Any school that you go to in Ontario, you have to do the placement test. So based on the result of that placement test, it will determine whether you're going to be the level that you claim to be. Mostly we find that students from Nigeria, sorry, I have something in my, like I'm dealing with some voice issues. But so mostly students from Nigeria, we find that their weakness is in mathematics, which is probably a curriculum issue. But English, they are very strong. So some Nigerian students have to do grade 11 mathematics or grade 10 mathematics sometimes. So that is not included in the fees. So that will be extra. But every other thing is included. Thank you.
Any other questions? And
good afternoon. I want to find out, is there provisions for working hours for the students after school timeline or whatever time?
Permit for secondary schools does not permit them to work, but once they are at university, their permit allows them to work up to 20 hours per week. Ms. Miriam, do you want to follow up on that?
Yes, so they can. So actually, I've noticed that every study permit school have different conditions on it. So, but for high school, as Ms. Allison just said, it does not allow them to work. But once they are done with high school and they proceeded to university, the conditions are clearly stated. I wish I had a sample of a study permit just to show. So you can work 20 hours during school session. When school is in session, you can work 20 hours per week. And when school is not in session, which is usually from May to August, you can work full-time, any number of hours you want to. The reason behind that is that when you say you are a student, you should be a student. You know, if you are a student, you should devote most of your time to studying, and then you'll be successful. But if you are busy working, then you might not be as successful as you should be. Okay, then, so there's...
To add to that, at university, students are certainly able to work during their co-op placement and workplace placements, and certainly at the co-op programs, they are paid for those placements. So that is a great opportunity. When they're in university, they get paid for their co-op work placements.
Yes. Sir, go ahead. Use the microphone. Sorry. Use the microphone.
Go ahead, Sam.
Okay, I just want to add to what Alice just said about or hours. Please, let's get it right. The children are coming to a secondary school. So secondary school, they are not entitled to work. If they are going to post-secondary, there is a condition attached to their study permit. So what we are discussing here today is primarily focusing on your children coming to a secondary school, so they will not be able to work. If it is a post-secondary education, after they graduated from SOC, they will have at least minimum of 20 hours to work during school time. Then when they are on break, like for example, long summer break, they can work full time. So that is how it works with Canada of study of immigration.
Thank you.
No immigration questions. Staff is on standby too. Any questions?
Okay. On academics, I observed that when I went through SOC, because when my son was there, I observed that they lay more emphasis on calculus, functions, all these things, on all the subjects, both business sciences, engineering, and management. I want to know why. Those who management, why should they put much in calculus and functions?
Hi, this is Allison. I didn't hear all of the question, but let me try and just give a bit more information about what courses students take. As a rule, the students select their courses based on the requirements of the university programs to which they are applying. So that would cover their choices. Molly, do you want to take over?
Sure. So I did not hear the full question, and I apologize for that. But my understanding was that you were wondering if we offer business courses and stuff like that. The answer generally is yes. It will depend on the courses that the student does require to get into their university program. So if the student is studying engineering, they would need a variation of required courses such as physics, chemistry, calculus, and advanced functions. So a lot of students take those classes because a lot of students are interested in studying engineering in post-secondary. If a student is interested in studying business, then we offer the business courses and introductory business leadership courses as required, but it is, the courses are chosen by the students, and they're unique to the student's university choices. Thanks.
Any questions?
Okay, this one is an immigration question. So for the immigration consultant, I would like to ask, the fast track, the visa fast track, is it still in place? That's for students. Is it effective? And then what will you advise for students? Should they use the visa fast track?
While waiting for Sam, I can start talking. So the Canadian immigration, RCIC. What? So many C's and R's in the profession. I don't know which one to call. Oh my God. Anyway, so I always advise people, because I do study permits as well, I'm also an immigration consultant. My advice is always that whatever is the highest level of requirement, you should go for that, because then you increase your chances of being successful. They call it Nigerian Student Express, right? And for that, you have to do IELTS, which I know that most people don't want to do. But usually, if you don't do IELTS, sometimes once you submitted your application without doing IELTS, they will come back to you and say, do you want to continue this application or do you want to submit IELTS? Because we want to process your application through the Nigerian Express. So for somebody who is saying that I'm a bona fide student, to say, no, I'm afraid of doing IELTS, do you think that makes sense? So I think I will always advise people that if whatever is the highest requirement they are looking for, you should give it to them. So then if they refuse, you stand a good chance with judicial review, as Ugo has mentioned. So if you're trying to avoid something, then it's not good. Even if you don't have there was a parent that I did a study permit application for. And I told her at the beginning, I said, I think it's a good idea for your daughter to do IELTS so that we'll submit it with the application. She said, my daughter studied in England, she doesn't need IELTS. I said, okay. So we submitted the application and then we waited. And after a few months, they sent us an update requesting her to go for IELTS. Then the woman, when I told her, she said, why didn't you force me? I'm like, so, you can advise people, but make sure that whatever, you do, everything is documented. So I don't know if Sam is ready now to address the...
Hello, Miriam.
Yes, we're hearing you.
So, this is Sam again. When it comes to submitting an application to Canada, it is very important that as parents ensure that everything is complete. So this is the way they review study permit application. It's either your application is complete or incomplete. So if your application is incomplete, there will be a delay in the processing of your visa, of your study permit application. So incomplete application means missing medical. So that's why we always encourage parents, their children or that child must go for upfront medical before we submit the application. Then also, it's also important that if there is a need for IS, let them put in the IS result. So academics or general is acceptable. So a complete application from applicants coming from Nigeria would be submit all completed forms, all the immigration forms, you must submit that completely. You need to submit medical. Don't wait until the request for medical. Go ahead and submit your medical. English test, please submit English test. For some students in a lower class, English test might not be required. But if you are like pre-university, I'm going to advise you to submit English test. Please do submit English test. So, English test is very important. And also, ensure you put in all the relevant financial documents. Financial documents, let that be in. Then also, you need to show your relationship with your children by submitting your marriage certificate and their birth certificate to show the relationship. It's very important. I've addressed a lot of applications where parents called me and they asked me, oh, we put in application since March this year and we've not received any response from IRCC. The first thing I always ask the parents, did you submit a complete application? Oh, they asked me, what do I mean by complete application? Is medical included in the application? Is IS included in the application? You pay the right fee? Do you submit your financial document? Then past record of the student in terms of the student transcript, was that included in the application? So by the time you ask them, they tell you, oh, sorry, somebody said this is not needed. That is why the application is delayed. So when you submit an incomplete application, don't expect to get a response on time. But if the application is complete, officer will review that quickly and be able to get a response on time. Then your child can travel to Canada to come and study at SOC. So it's important, a complete application must be submitted from one side. And that's why also, I always encourage people, it's better you reach out to a professional to help you. I'm not disproving the fact that you can't do it yourself. As a parent, you can do it yourself. Some parents do have knowledge how to go about this. But if you know you don't have the time, or you're going to be struggling to put things together, reach out to a professional. So Miriam can always connect you, SOC can always connect you to the right counsel. Then it will be able to be a good job for you. Ensure everything goes smoothly and everything will be fine with the application. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Or comments, like parents, if you would like to say something. Would really welcome comments. If there are no questions, we welcome commentaries from our big SOC and growing SOC family. We have quite a few number of parents here today. If you have gone to do school runs, but if you are still here, so if you'd like to say something, don't say the bad things. Would you like to go first?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I'll talk.
Please go first.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to just chip in a little thing about SOC. The school is a place that if you want quality education for your child, if you want dependency, and if you want security, that is a place that you can send your child. You will be in Nigeria, you will not be afraid. What surprised me was the first time that my son got admission to that school. That was this 2019, the last one, when this corona outbreak came out. Many of our friends that my friend that are children went some years in different places, some of them returned, they were having issues. Some could not connect online, but we were surprised that there was no single day, there was nothing that was mixed in their own school, in this school. Everything was 100%. And they were communicating with it. It's like the child is with. I'm not just saying it's maybe to just it's reality. It's like you are in Nigeria with your child. The communication was 100%. We were getting just feedback. They were communicating 100%. So there was no cause for us to be afraid. We were surprised they didn't return them. They were taking care of them. They feed them, take care of them. And the school is not the hostel is not very far. They take care of them, so you are just 100% sure that you will not have any issue with them. And another thing, they are not large. They are not so much in a class alone. And you mix with other people from other countries. It's not that way you say that they will tell us that we should come and bring our children where they have maybe like up to 100 Nigerians and 200. At the end of the day, he continued, even after school, they did the permit, they did everything for them. Something on school, they did everything for them. So from there, he went into university. We didn't have any issue at all. So they were doing everything for us. So that is what I have to say. It's a very nice school. In fact, if I want to go for secondary school, we are Thank you. So I thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tony Aedilawani. My 3 children went through that school. I remember when my first child was to go, somebody gave me her number. I called Auntie Miriam, and I said to her, I said, my daughter would like to come to Canada, and I have some reservations. That daughter of mine was a very clingy child. So I was a bit skeptical. Can she go all the way to Canada where I knew nobody? Well, she said something to me. She said, don't worry. By the time you come to see her, you will be shocked. I took it with a pinch of salt. But I said, okay, no problem. So we went through the process. And I remember my daughter telling me when she was in SS1 that, Mom, I'll school in Canada. And I looked at her, Canada, who do you know there? It didn't even cross my mind. And so when she was done with the SS3 thing, and my husband said, why don't we try Canada? I said, hey, Canada, we don't know anybody there. And it is far. I have never been there. Let's go to US, UK, fine. He said, let her go. So I put my heart in my mouth and took her to Canada in January. And one thing happened which made me know that maybe what she was praying for, God had a hand in it. Filling of the form was very cumbersome. I just couldn't get a hang of it. A lot of forms. But Auntie Miriam here helped me. She did it. When she submitted the documents, they called us for biometrics. She told me, she said, you can apply with her. I said, really? She said, yes. I didn't know that. I applied with her. They called us for biometrics. We went for it. And she told me, after biometrics, if your application is approved, they will tell you to bring your passport. In 4 days, we got that approval. I was shocked. And people had told me, Canada, they will hold your passport for 1 year. They will hold it for 6 months. And when she called me and said, Tonya, look at your email. They have sent you your letter to submit your passport. I was like, in 4 days? And that was how we went to Canada. And when she went there, I looked at her, I said, it was very cold. We went in January. I had never seen that kind of cold in my life. I said, can you survive here? She said, Mommy, go. I'll be fine. I was going, I was crying. My daughter was just looking at me like, okay. But I went. And I had no reason to, like she said, it was like a home. Everybody is there you ask questions, they answer you. The child has a problem, I just said, go and meet Auntie Miriam, I'm not here. And she goes there. And then my son came, my other child came. The 3 of them went through SOC, got into universities, and I thank God. For me, it's not about marketing the school, but I think if you see a good thing, you should talk about it. They say, tell others. That's why I am here telling you. It's a life-changing thing for me and my family. My son said to me one day, Mom, I wish we came here earlier. Because they all finished secondary school before they went. He said, I wish we came here earlier. Like she was saying, the students, our Nigerian students actually struggle in maths especially. Because it's not the same thing. Like they were saying vectors, like Daddy was saying vectors and functions and it's always a problem for them. I know those things are in when we were in school, it was called add maths, what they call further maths. I think we have a bit of it in further maths. But in the end, because of the grooming they get, and it's an all-round thing, apart from education, social, they let you, the children do volunteer work. It's part of their curriculum. They do volunteer. They don't get paid, but you go and do stuff. You must do it, oh. You must go and do volunteer job before you can even be given that diploma. And they all did it, and they all came out well. So please, it's a place I think, if you want to have rest of mind like I have, is where you should send your child to. Honestly, I will tell you that. Don't think about the money. It's investment as far as I see it. I rather invest in my child than buy a house. Because if I invest in my child, I know I can go to sleep when the time comes, because he or she would be able to stand on his or her own and say, okay, I am made for life. So please, come to her. She has the magic. I tell you, she has it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jamila Sharif Balogun. I actually have 3 kids in Canada. The first 2 didn't pass through SOC. They passed through another school. But my daughter, the last of the 3, went to SOC. And Khadija was a very, very shy person. She was not outspoken. Even here, she was an average student. But when she got to SOC, when she finished and got into university, in fact, Khadija is topping her class in the university now. She's so outspoken. She's even the co-president in the university she is now in Toronto. And she's doing very well and so focused, and in fact, I didn't expect it. So I could see the difference between her and the 2, my sons, the first 2, honestly. And she was at home, as they said, Hajia is always there. And another thing is, it doesn't matter whether you're a Christian or a Muslim. In fact, they make them pray. If you are a Muslim, that 5 daily prayers, you must pray it, whether you like it or not. If you are a Christian, you must go to church, you must say your daily prayers or whatever. They are so focused on that, and it really groomed them very well to where they are today. Honestly, we are really appreciative of SOC.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you pick me from there? Okay. Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bode Adetola. Actually, I got to know about SOC through one of my sister-in-law. I work with British Council, and I also have a personal business representing schools in UK then. So I have this niece that we are very close, Timileyin Adegoke. So actually we are preparing him for a school in England then. So when my sister-in-law told me about there's one school in Canada, I said, I don't want that Canada. I don't even want to hear about this Canada problem, blah, blah, like that. And you know, as somebody working with British Council, all what you have in your head is UK schools. And because of the stress, some people, like somebody said the other time, like Ms. Miriam said the other time, that listen to people about, is for you to know more about that school directly yourself. So I just said, somebody said this, somebody said that, so I want to where I can have a backup because of British Council. So we started the journey. This boy I'm talking about was so sluggish that even the father said he cannot even allow him to go to Ibadan. No talk of going to Canada. And I said, somebody told me about Canada and he told me I should know where. I said, number one, I cannot manage the application. Say that would be the problem. And I said, then I gave me Mrs. Miriam mobile. To be candid with you, I can tell you Southern Ontario College is a family school. Because Timileyin called me one day and said, I would have regretted my life if I didn't attend this school. And I said, why? He said, it's just as if whether I've been there before. I came back to Nigeria and I returned to my school. So even the first day he stepped in, he never felt anything. Even the mother that followed her, she abandoned her mom. He abandoned her mom in the hotel room and said it's comfortable, that it's not necessary for his mom to come and check him again, that he's fine here. So what I want to say here, since that time, I decided, when I met Miss Miriam, we started talking, and the processing was so, even me that I thought maybe at least I can manage some application because of the UK stuff, and it makes it so easier for me that for now, I can tell you, I have to leave all the schools I'm representing and say, even if it is only this SOC alone, I am fine. And with that, it makes me to go wherever I go, African country. Like the last time I went to Kenya for the Canadian exhibition, I saw some schools and I was wondering that some of the agent now came to me and said, where is this school? I said, what happened there? Somebody told them about this school, but they thought it's just blah, blah, blah. And I said, no, I have 100% assurance that we are not the immigration to issue the visa. But there's two different things in having someone you can confide, someone that can manage things for you, and you go to your bed and just sleep without any problem. So I want to use this medium to tell everyone, it is not about marketing. It's what you have tried and works for you. If you give a booking man a paracetamol, say, have you used it before? It worked for you, that's why you're saying, please take it. I can tell you, it's a school that you will never regret. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Remy Karkat. My daughter attended SOC, that was last year. My second daughter. So we got to know about SOC through my first daughter. She called and said, Mommy, why don't you let my sister get to SOC? I said, where is SOC? Then she said, SOC, we have a lot of Nigerians schooling there. And I said, okay. My elder brother is also in Canada, and my first daughter is in Canada. Ontario, University of Ottawa, Ottawa. So I said, okay, let's make inquiry about the school. So she forwarded everything to me, and I said, get me a contact there. And she got Miss Miriam. So I called and I spoke to her, and I said, my daughter would like to come to your school. So she said, oh, fine, and she forwarded all the requirements. We checked, and she got everything. So that was how we started. And to the point of getting to Canada, that was last year. She's done now, and Miss Miriam was very helpful. When we started the process to traveling, because I couldn't go with her, even though my visa was still valid, but I couldn't go because of COVID restriction. So she said, don't worry, let her come. I said, to come by herself? As elder sister, when she was leaving, I went with her. She will be going alone. And I think last year she was 16 years. So that was how she told me, don't worry, she will be fine. I said, okay. When we got to the airport when she was traveling, it wasn't funny because of the COVID test and everything. So they were asking for all sorts to be provided. And then, because she didn't have need for a visa, and they were trying to give us all sorts of trouble. Okay, because of this, we got KLM for her, and they said, okay, they'll be stopping over in France, Amsterdam, so in Paris. So when she got to KLM, yes, okay. So when she got there, from Abuja Airport here, we started calling Miss Miriam. Please, we have issue with these people. They're asking for all sorts. Then we give her phone, she will talk to them. Eventually, she left. When she got to Paris, stopped over at Paris, they were asking for another documentation again, and immediately I called Miss Miriam. Please intervene. Immigration over there are asking for this, and she doesn't need it. Then she took over and started with the immigration over there. Oh, she already provided this. She doesn't need to provide this. Why are you not picking her and all that? At the end of the day, she even suggested that, don't worry, let's leave KLM. Let's find a way of getting her out of Paris to take another flight, direct flight, and she was ready to give the money over there to get the ticket, just for her to leave Paris. So it's just for you to see how helpful the school, the staff, everybody, she was ready. And before she was able to use her money to pay, a friend of mine paid over there. So why I think you did. Oh, she actually did before my friend paid back. So along the line, we now realized that the money was hanging somewhere. They debited her, but it wasn't reflecting. So she said that she don't worry, that she's going to sort all that. The most important thing is for the girl to be there, and that was it. She got there, everything. The hostel, they are not, like, you know, some hostels, you see 3 people in a room. They put them like 2 in a room, and every day I'll be calling her eyes. Hostel, eyes, school, eyes, even though they were doing from school, from the hostel, they were doing online classes. That, oh, everything is perfect, Mommy, don't worry. Everything is perfect. And at times I'll get worried that she's not even calling. I'm the one just calling, checking. She said, Mommy, I'm okay. Everything. I've been busy. We've been writing essay every day. And I'll be like, writing essay every day. She said, okay, if it's part of the school protocol, well, good luck. We'll be joining you in prayers and all that. So the school has been so fantastic. And before she finished, because she didn't get there early, and she was able to match up, because her result was very fantastic. And when she even forwarded it to me and said, Mommy, see what I got, I was like, you? She said, yes, now, but you didn't resume with those people that left before the COVID issue. She said, well, Mommy, that, you know, they've been giving us extra work to do and all that. And even her mathematics was very good. She cleared everything. So just like other previous speakers said, it's not about marketing the school. It's just telling the truth about the school. Because the experience I'm sharing with you is quite different from what others already shared with you. So it's been wonderful. And when she finished, she got admission with 3 universities, and she was like choosing, okay, Mommy, okay, let me go to this one. Oh, no, I got another admission. Let me go to, eventually she settled for Rising University. And even today, she's no longer in the school, and we are still communicating as if we are family, as if we've known each other for ages. It's been so wonderful. And there is this refund when you make payment. There is this refund that they will give back when you are done with the school. I think about 500 Canadian dollars. And my daughter was like, oh, Mommy, I've requested for a refund, and I've not gotten any response. I said, Miss Miriam is there. Call her. So immediately she told me, okay, I've sent her a message. I said, don't worry, she will respond. So after a while, I followed up. I just sent message to her. Sis, your daughter is there asking for a refund for $500. She said, why? They will pay it. As she forwarded the mail, I said, yes. Okay, tell her to copy me. I'll follow up. And within a week to 2 weeks, and she got that money into her account. And I said, it's not for you to spend it or keep it in your account. It's carry over for other things and all that. So it's been so wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, SOC. Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Miss Miriam. Thank you.
Okay, I think I have to change the narrative this time around. I'm here to market SOC. I want to say thank you very much, Miriam. You have been very helpful. My son attended the SOC, and from the onset, the school has been there for us from the admission, visa process, just from the scratch, after meeting at their school in the Premier Academy. And the most important thing is the welcome at the airport. As much cherished that. Though we got there a bit late, but the driver was waiting for us. Assist us to clear everything. In short, took us to Hamilton, just a good chauffeur-driven exercise. To the accommodation, you helped me to look at a hotel, spend a whole day with me to get accommodation. I quite appreciate that one. Thank you very much. And for the boy too, there was this Ontario Collegiate Scholarship stuff they did. In the whole of Ontario, I think there was only 4 in Canada. One in Ontario, one in Alberta, and one in BC also. One went to SOC for my son. So quite appreciate that. So SOC, they did well for that. Because it was well spelled out of the school in Ontario, John Precious of Southern Ontario Collegiate got the award specifically for him. Thank you very much for that. So I quite appreciate SOC. Thanks.
Hello. Yeah. So I know that a lot of people, because of the exchange rate in Nigeria, that's the elephant in the room. It keeps going up every day, and we understand that. But at the same time, we have different fees for different countries. People have sometimes wondered, why is it that we don't post our tuition online on the website? This is because Nigeria has the lowest tuition fee of all the students that come to SOC. And I have actually personally ensured that it doesn't go up because of, I know a lot of us are going through a lot. So we also have a program whereby you can pay your tuition installmentally, if that helps. But the only thing is that the tuition has to be paid completely, at least before the student arrives in Canada, because you are going to present your receipt of payment to border services, Canada border services. But if you also, if that doesn't work, we do also do a payment plan. But the problem with that is that we've done payment plans and, some parents don't keep to it. So that makes it very difficult for me, to defend things. So if we are doing a payment plan, you have to keep to it, or you will not be issued the documents that will allow you to, you won't even be issued the documents that will allow you to come into Canada. That's what they've done. They don't allow me to get involved because I've, gotten involved, and, people always don't, sorry about my voice. So we do payment plan. So the initial payment is 10,000 Canadian dollars before you get the letter of acceptance, which you're going to use to apply for your study permit. Thereafter, we work with you. We work with you to settle the rest of the money, if that helps. How am I doing? Guys? I was so nervous when Miss Allison was not coming because I'm usually the back person. I like to work from behind the scenes. This is like all the Canadian education fairs that we've attended. You know, Miss Allison has always been the face of the school, or somebody else has always been the person. So I was always like, I was so nervous, I was thinking I wasn't even going to sleep. Maybe that's why my voice is croaky. I hope I've done a good job, Miss Allison. Have I done okay? Oh, we're not hearing her now.
You've done an excellent job.
So I represented you well. I represented you well. Have I? She's muted. So I represented you well.
I don't think you could hear me. I was saying you've done an excellent job. Thank you very much for doing such great work.
Thank you. I told myself this morning that I'm amongst family and friends, so I have nothing to be afraid of. Thank you. Thank you. What is she saying? Okay, so if there are no other things to do, I think we can meet tomorrow. Tomorrow is we have the one-on-one session. If you have specific questions, we still have them on speed dial, I think. Am I right? So if you go home and you think of any questions, or if you want to meet with me or any member of our team, we'll be here tomorrow from 10 a.m. So let's use this opportunity. Maybe Abdul Hakim, you can deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you. To all the
Thank you to all of you who have taken time out of your day to come and spend time with us and ask all your questions and get all the information that you need, and hopefully we can help you on this path to join us, I guess. And thank you to everyone back at the school, Molly, Chris, Allison, and Nabil for setting everything, and see you tomorrow, hopefully.
So let me say thank you. Thank you to our guest speakers, Sam, Barrister Ugo, and Oladayo. Thank you so much for taking time to prepare your presentation and for answering the questions. Thank you, Ms. Allison, everybody, Ms. Katie, everybody at the SOC. Thank you for the amazing job that you do. Thank you for caring so much for these kids. Thank you. And we'll see you tomorrow. Okay?
See you all tomorrow. We'll be ready for all the questions. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So please, if you think of any question, just write them down.